There we go. Crash Bandicoot. We're gonna leave it on this screen for a minute because you leave it on the screen, you actually get to see the intro. And it's the only way to see the intro in the original game.
But Dr. Cortex, we have not determined the cause of past failures. Moron! This Bandicoot will be my general, and he will lead my Cortex commandos to world domination. This time I shall reign triumphant. We are closer than ever before. Quickly! Into the vortex! Dr. Cortex, the vortex is not ready. We have no idea what it could do. Failure again. Capture him! Uh-oh. Prepare the female bandit.
So, like, you see the Cortex model for Crash 1 there, and, like, you wonder why does it look so weird? And I think the answer is because it doesn't have teeth. Whereas, like, in Crash 2 and Crash 3, Cortex has, like, very prominent teeth. So we're going to play this for the rest of the stream. I hope my recent experience playing this on the Insane Collection doesn't mess me up. So, finally starting Crash Bandicoot. I've been wanting to, like, get this started for a while. Because, like, once this is done, we can start moving through the Crash series and, like, eventually get to the Crash games that I've not played. Which, like, I've done maybe half of Wrath of Cortex in the past. I had a friend who lent it to me on, like, original Xbox back in high school. And after that, like, I have no experience with the later Crash games. And I'm very interested in playing them. Especially Twin Sanity. Wait a minute, I can actually get all the gems in this level, all the boxes in this level, can't I? I don't think anybody would have. It's been on the schedule, I just moved it up. It was like, after doing the Tuesday stream, I was like, okay, this would have been easy with the masks. Yes. After Tuesday's stream, I was like, okay, we're gonna finish Broken Sword next time. There's not gonna be a whole lot of time spent on it. So it was like, this is gonna be, it's gonna be a one-off stream because we're gonna finish the game in this session. It won't be 100% run though. I think 100% in Crash is fun. Yeah, but it's, like I say, it's been on a schedule, and it was like, okay, we're gonna finish Broken Sword next stream. So what can I set up to start after Broken Sword? And like originally I put Psyops as the next game, but like Psyops will take a little while. And I was like, you know, a game that we can just do in one sitting will be probably a good idea. Just like, okay, let's move Crash up. Fun fact, this will probably interest you, Bane, because like you've seen the Let's Plays. I did actually record most of this for Let's Play.
What have I got?
I've 100%ed the original 3 Spyro games. The furthest I've gotten in 100% in a Crash game is Crash 2. I got to the 4th tier. Damn it. Fuck it. I got to the 4th tier. Before I stopped, because like, it stopped being fun. In Crash 1, doesn't really mean much. We may miss 2 levels, that'll be it. Crash 2, doesn't mean much again, there's a couple of hidden paths that we don't get to see. Crash 3, we miss out on 5 levels, but I don't think those levels are good anyway.
What have I got?
Yeah, I 100% the original Spyro trilogy whenever I do them. Like you saw the Let's Play I did of Spyro 1, Bane. You know I 100% did that. I'm actually playing through Spyro 3 at the minute on my own time. And like, yeah, 100% in that. Shit.
What have I got?
Could have had another mask there and like just kept running through the level. Yeah, the final bonus level. I don't think the Spyro games are particularly difficult to... the first 3 Spyro games. I don't think they're particularly difficult to 100%. Treetops isn't particularly fun in Spyro 1, but like, it's not a whole lot of time spent doing it. So what I'll do, I'll go out of my way for it. Spyro 2, I think, is just better constructed in general, and as a result, it's more fun to go through. Even for 100%. Yeah, I kind of got in the mood to do this because I was in the mood to play the Insane Trilogy. I ended up picking up the Insane Trilogy on PC. Like, very conveniently, I was in the mood for it, and it happened to be on sale. So I grabbed it, along with Crash 4. So I have Crash 4 now on PC. Crash 4 I didn't have anywhere else, so that's fine. Well, I hadn't gotten into the Insane Trilogy. I own it on PS4, I bought it on Switch because I was able to get it at my last job pretty cheap. Well, I hadn't gelled with the Insane Trilogy. Like, playing on PC, I don't know, like, it's been fun. Maybe it's because I was just, like, in the mood for it. I got to Papu Papu and then stopped after that. And was like, am I going to continue this, or am I going to just do the original on stream? I've only got Crash 4 specifically because it was on sale as well. If I bought Crash Insane Trilogy with Crash 4, I got them both for less than it would have cost them apart. So I was like, okay, I'll take advantage of this. So it was like £20 for the both of them. Like £20, £24 maybe, I don't know. It wasn't much more to get both of them. I've heard it's really difficult. I've heard a lot of people complain about the difficulty. Which, eh.
What have I got?
But, like, sooner or later, I intend to get to it on stream. Although, as is the case with, like, all of this stuff, going through the Crash series in release order, like, it'd be Crash 1, 2, 3. I'm not sure about, like, Crash Team Racing or Crash Bash for stream. And, like, I say that having nostalgia for Crash Bash. I'm not sure about it for the stream. But, like, Wrath of Cortex, yeah. Insanity. Huge Adventure on Game Boy Advance, yes. Entranced on GBA also, yes, because they're actually really good. I've never played Twinsanity. I'm very interested in it. And then, like, going forward, Crash of the Titans, I want to give a proper go. And then possibly Mind Over Mutant. And then we circle back to the Insane trilogy. And then into Crash 4, is the intention at least. But of course, that's around, like doing that around everything as well. So that's not going to be a quick thing. Same's true of Spyro. Yeah, same's true of Spyro, like, do Spyro 1, 2, 3, and then, like, the Spyro games I've never really played. I've done a little bit of Enter the Dragonfly, but, like, I played one level and was like, this is bad, and then stopped. I've never played a Hero's Tale. I've never had interest in the GBA games because they're isometric, and I don't gel well with isometric games. I've never done the Legend of Spyro games. Like, it was an idea I wanted to do for the Let's Plays that I never ended up getting around to. It's something I do want to do for the stream. Same's true of, like, a lot of series like that. Like, Sly Cooper's on the schedule at the minute. And, like, I've done the first one. I did, like, the first hub map of Sly 2. Never finished it. Never done Sly 3. I've never done Thieves in Time. So it'd be nice to get to all of those. But Crash 1, yeah. Crash 1's, like, of the original trilogy, Crash 1's the one I've played the least. Because I think Crash 3 was my first Crash game. That face has always been horrifying. Yeah, the idea is kind of curious, like, a Spyro game is an epic trilogy. I'm kind of curious about it, but, like, it's something we'll get to, like, way down the road. Like, just series that I want to go through and play the stuff that I've never done. Like Yakuza. Yakuza 2 is on the schedule now. We did Yakuza 1 like over a year ago.
What have I got?
Not particularly, I'll be honest. But that's because, like, I've played Mafia 2, and I didn't think much of it. That was close. Oh, come on. My momentum took me off. Because in Crash 1, if you're moving while you spin, you'll keep moving while you're spinning. Fucking what? Oh, there was a fish there. I did not see that fish. Yeah, a big part of my lack of interest in the Mafia games at this point is also just open world. That could be honestly more appealing to me these days. Because you know I'm not super into open worlds anyway. I think a lot of the time they exist just to waste your time. Again. I'm gonna have to get used to that. It's like if you're moving while when you press the button, you keep going. You don't stop when you start, like, when you're spinning. So I'm gonna have to get used to that. Good work, Chrono. Absolute idiot. Thanks, Teague. I do actually have Mafia 2 on PC. And because I have Mafia 2 on PC, I also have the Definitive Edition. Just gave it free. So Mafia 2 could potentially eventually be on the list. Mafia 3 is like February's Black History Month. Mafia 3 is in Humble Bundle's Black History Month bundle. So I could grab that really quick, but I really don't want to buy that bundle because it also has Shaq Fu 2. It's like, hey, we're gonna like celebrate Black History Month with a bundle of games featuring black protagonists, and one of them is Shaq Fu 2. It's like, cool, you don't really help anything there. But you're so desperate. You're so desperate for games starring black main characters that I had to pick out Shaq Fu. And like, not even the first Shaq Fu. Because Shaq Fu 1 has merit. Shaq Fu A Legend Reborn does not. You say the original PS2 game's hard to go back to, but like, I jumped into them as far as I hoped. Like, you say the original PS2 is hard to go back to, but like, I'm intending to do GTA 3 at some point soon. See, I'm not even going to take that as a joke. It really isn't. Like I say, Shaq Fu 1 has merit. Shaq Fu 2 does not. It is a really bad beat-em-up with, like, no actual merit. Shaq Fu 1 has, like, an interesting mythology idea and, like, really detailed animations that unfortunately do not work in a fighting game because they all take too long. I don't know about that, Bane. I mean, Vice City I can go back to and enjoy, but it's still a little rough. Grand Theft Auto was another series, though. Like, I don't want to go back to the originals. At all. I didn't enjoy them at the time. Well, I never beat 3. There we go. I never beat 3. And, as is often the case with these things, I want to, like, try and go through them in release order. So, like, 3, Vice City, I think San Andreas comes before Liberty City Stories. Like, do Liberty City Stories and Vice City Stories as well. And, like, do 4, because I never got far in 4. It always bored me. And I've got 5, and I've had it for several years now, and I haven't even turned it on. Oh, I missed a Brio token. Yeah, I'd really be down to, like, try and go through those. The hog levels are frustrating if you try to get all the gems. That was bullshit. Backlaw has been for a decade, yeah. I didn't pick it up until it dropped to what I considered a reasonable enough price on Xbox One. I don't want to buy it on PC. Because I didn't overly enjoy Red Dead Redemption. I've said before, the last Rockstar game I enjoyed was probably Bully. Which I could throw on the list, that's not tied to anything. So we're definitely not getting the gem, because like one of the biggest problems with Crash 1, going for 100% completion, is you have to get every box in the level without dying. I just want to point that out right now. So, like, because we died there and got a checkpoint box, we can't get the gem there. And it's a dumb design decision. It's the exact same goddamn place. I didn't finish Max Payne 3. No, I didn't finish Max Payne 3. I wasn't as into it as, like, 1 and 2 either. A lot of the stuff that I'd liked about the first 2 games was gone. Like, the noir stuff, the graphic novel storytelling, the setting. Like, a lot of what I liked about Max Payne wasn't in Max Payne 3. I never ended up finishing it. It's another one that will be on the list for the stream at some point. Max Payne 2 is on the schedule at the minute. But, like, when we get to Max Payne 3 after that, I don't know. I do like Max Payne 2. I like a lot of what Max Payne 2 does over the first game. But, like, the main problem with Max Payne 2 is that it's not Max Payne 1. And it's a real shame. Like, it didn't sell anywhere near as well as the first game, and it probably deserved to sell more. And by that I mean, it definitely deserved to sell more than it did. I think it probably deserved to sell more than the first game did. The hitbox for those flames is weird. God, these guys. Hate dealing with them. And that box was in a really bad place for that guy. Right up the dead end. So the real trick with those guys is, like, you've got to jump on them. But the hitbox can be really awkward sometimes. And if you come at them from the front, they'll bounce you away. And sometimes you've not jumped high enough to get over them, and they'll bounce you away, and it's really frustrating. God damn it. Remember when the Insane Trilogy came out and, like, everybody was talking about how hard, like, Crash games are? And it's like, are they particularly hard? No, they're about as hard as most platformers were at the time. I really like Torna's redesign in the N-Sage trilogy. Good redesign, and like a lot of the animations she gets give her a lot of personality. I really like it. Maybe I'm not good at video games. Watch out for rolling monkeys. That is really tight timing. I feel like a lot of the complaints of stuff like this, though, is like when Crash Bandicoot came out, and you know there were articles comparing it to fucking Dark Souls. And I feel like a lot of that is people expecting that they should be able to beat everything on their first try. And it's like, yeah, you could beat this on your first try. It doesn't mean you're going to. Absolutely. Like, I mentioned earlier, like, I was recording this for Let's Play. The reason that Let's Play never came out was because of the save system. I got a game over in the last set of levels. I was doing it in one sitting. Like, I was on the last set of levels in one sitting. I got a game over and it sent me to before the last boss. And I was like, I'm not doing that. I ended up quitting and just not wanting to do any more of it, so I deleted the footage. But yeah, if you want to get the gem, you have to do all of these levels in one go. If you die, you restart the level. And in some ways, it makes Crash 1, like, the worst to 100%. Yeah, it's typical of the time, absolutely. And, like, I do think it is predicated on the belief of you should be able to beat anything in your first try. Or if not your first try, your second try. It's like, yeah, that's kind of fair enough. But also, some things take practice. It's not even a trial and error thing, it's just practice. Yeah, it's a one hit platformer until you get Aku Aku, which gives you extra hits. But that's not really all that different from a lot of other platformers. God damn it. Spyro having sparks, it was like kind of out of the norm. Spyro gets like 4 hits. Which, considered like almost any other platformer you'll have played from the time, that's a lot. That's a lot of leeway you get. And in Spyro 1, generally the only instant death scenarios you run into are pits that are too deep to jump out of. Damn monkeys. Doing that was pointless, because that's for something further back in the level. Hey Ninja, what are you talking about? We've always been playing Crash Bandicoot. Don't you know this is a Crash Bandicoot stream? Never played anything but Crash Bandicoot. Look how good I am at it, that's why I've got 27 lives. See how perfect that was? Because I'm just so good at Crash Bandicoot, because I'm always doing Crash Bandicoot. Oh, come on, Ninja. But that, like, it brings up a fair point, though, of, like, the game has a fairly solid difficulty, even for the time. But also, the game throws lives at you. You know what, actually, we talk about going along series as well. After the original Crash trilogy, I want to do Jak and Daxter. Because I didn't get a PS2 until like 2008, I haven't done a lot of the big PS2 platformers. The only, The only Ratchet and Clank I've done is because I played it on Vita. And even there, I've not done much of Ratchet and Clank. I can't believe I got him with that last one. Ripperoo is the only boss character aside from Cortex to return in the sequel. Technically, Embryo's in the sequel as well, but you don't fight him. So have you guys looked at the schedule? I'm not getting that Brio token now. Thanks, Duke. You are my rock of support. Well, you know, what you could do, Ninja, is you could use the point redemption to change the schedule, to pick one game that's on the schedule and move it up to the top. Well, shit. Hi, Blurry. Might be blurry, or I might be going blind. That looks okay. You say that, but also you might actually get to see something you're looking forward to. It's like, look at how long some of the stuff's been on the list. That's what that did. I was like, hey, did I accidentally press something? It was like, oh yeah, I pressed like volume to the max. Sorry about that, guys. Fuck nugget. Teek's gonna use this for evil. Oh, Hades. Interesting. Oh no. Alright, let me do that right now, or I'll forget. Move Hades to the top of the... Teek is always evil. I don't know why we give Teek. He only ever abuses it. So, Broken Sword is done. And after Crash, which we should finish today, is Hades. So Teek's got the whole thing with the backlog of, like, if something overtakes what is at the top of his backlog, he'll do that on his next backlog day instead of what he was previously doing. Not how it works with me. Teek has voted for Hades to be at the top, which means Hades is going to be at the top, and if anybody else votes for something next, that will go underneath Hades. And so on and so forth. God damn it. Help me. Thank you, Teek. Oh no. This is where my lives are going, isn't it? Oh. You know what? Let me check Duck Station real quick. No, it doesn't. Okay. Because, like, you talk about... You talk about the level where you're ascending a giant tower. That is Sunset Vista. There is the other level, which was cut from the final game, but still exists in the code. And you can get into it with, like, a Game Shark. Damn it. And it is the same level trope as that. You're going up a giant tower. And it was removed from the game for being considered too hard. Yeah, they added it as DLC in Insane Trilogy. Okay, be a little more patient, Chrono. Jeez. Yeah, they added it back in the Insane Trilogy version as DLC. You can walk to it straight from the start because it was well known for years. Like you could just access it with a Game Shark, and because it's like, oh, it's the hardest level in the game, the level that was so hard they cut it out of the game. Like for big Crash fans, it was absolutely something they wanted to do and loved doing to prove themselves. Which I absolutely understand. I'd do the same kind of thing with a game I really enjoy. Oh fucking god. That's what was supposed to happen last time. Ugh. Anyway. Fucking stupid spears.
What have I got?
No, you are right, Sig, and it's something that like Rayman Origins and Rayman Legends absolutely gets right as well. It's something that's always been kind of a detriment to Mario. Like, even going back to the original Super Mario Brothers, it's like, oh, that's Mario 3, but you get the idea. And then, like, it goes back to the fucking, oh, World 2-4. Here's your lives, and then back in. And, like, even on NES, that's like a 8-second thing every time you die. He kept doing that up until at least... Oh, what? Sunshine did it, and Sunshine was fucking awful for it. Sunshine had this weird issue of just killing you over the most arbitrary stuff. It's like, oh, the goal of this level is to win a race. Didn't win the race, you've died. What? And, like, you die a lot in Sunshine because of shit like that.
What have I got?
What's that? Il Piantissimo got to the goal before you did? Well, you might as well just quit and restart, because if you go to that goal, the game's taking a life from you. Honestly hate Sunshine doing that shit so often. Why didn't I pick up that mask?
What have I got?
Yeah, it's one of the things that I really don't like about Sunshine. And like, I don't know if I've ever said it on stream, but like, Sunshine's a good game for like half the game. And I think like after Bowser Jr. is revealed, it's like, oh, Shadow Mario is Bowser Jr. I think after that point, the game just stopped being fun. Especially because, like, to get to the final area, you have to do the 7th shine of every stage. Which means you have to get every shine before that. Which means you are doing some really shit levels. Like, it's one of Sunshine's biggest problems. It has some of the worst levels. And, like, 64 has levels that aren't great. But the beauty of Super Mario 64 is because it requires you to have a certain number of stars, you can ignore a lot of those levels. But Sunshine isn't about a certain number, it's about having certain shines, which is something the game never tells you, which makes it even worse. It's like, you're probably going to be going around trying to collect blue coins, trying to do the levels you can actually do that aren't as bad, in hopes that you'll just end up with enough shines to... You fucking cunt. In hopes that you'll end up with enough shines to just hit the end of the game, and it doesn't happen. Because it's not about how many shines, it's about which shines, and it's just not fun. Which is why when I mention the Super Mecha Bros. Point Redemption, I specifically put down Super Mario Sunburn, which is a ROM hack which is very specifically aimed at making Super Mario Sunshine more open, more akin to Super Mario 64. Oh, here it is, Bane. Go to nowhere.
What have I got? What have I got? What have I got? What have I got?
This is just gonna be simpler to do normally. Fun fact, those hogs can still hit you while you're on the rope. I was doing so well. Hitbox on that was a little weird. We can do this, and we're going to do this without cheesing it on the road. Because believe it or not, I'm actually kind of competent at platformers. I think you might be a little behind, Bane. Yeah. I always hate having to do that. Fun fact, in the Insane Trilogy, the boxes in the Tauna stage count towards the box total in the levels. The same way boxes in bonus stages in Crash 2 and 3 do. But they don't count in this. That was a mistake. Watch me do the high road with, like, no deaths. I'm usually pretty good at the border levels. That said, the border levels get a lot tighter than the polar bear levels or the Triceratops levels. They got caught on the barricade. Just slightly got caught, and that was it. Yeah, these levels are a lot tighter than the chase levels in later games. So we're doing what is referred to as, I think, wiggling. Which is, while you're in the air, moving left and right really quickly, which for some reason gives Crash a little extra momentum. It can give you a little extra breathing room in this. I don't think it works in the Insane Trilogy version, though. So, even though we got all the boxes we saw there, no box gem, because there's a bunch of boxes that you need the purple gem to get. That kind of shit is exactly why I don't 100% Crash Bandicoot games. Because you can do every level perfectly, and then find out later that, oh no, you just aren't able to get all the boxes yet. Okay, so I'll have to do it perfectly again later, and then do more. So this is the level you were talking about, Ninja. Sunset Vista. I think. I thought it was Sunset Vista, but this seems like one of the other full tropes. What am I thinking of then? Yeah, I know, like, what the trope is you're thinking of. I thought that was the level name, Sunset Vista. Oh. Then it levels on the third island. It is one of the harder ones. But I think, like, it's more tricky just because of how long it is as well. It's one of the things, like, Stormy Ascent, if you've ever played it, is a tricky level anyway, but it's one of the things that makes Stormy Ascent so bad, is just how long it is. No, there is another one. One actually exists in the game. Ow. Probably shouldn't have been able to get away with that. I'm glad these bat enemies do not come back. They're awful, and more than anything, they just kill the pacing.
What have I got?
That bat's not even hanging on to anything. I thought one of the Cortex tokens might be in there. Let's see if we can get one of the Cortex keys. So there are 2 bonus levels to Crash 1. You get them by getting all the Cortex tokens in the required levels. Only 2 levels have Cortex tokens. And then you go to a special bonus room, where if you get to the end of it, you get a Cortex token. Oh god. If you get to the end of it, you get a Cortex key, which opens up a block to take you to an extra level, and there are 2 of them. Those levels are required for 100%.
What have I got?
I feel like this level's gone on for a while. That felt close. Alright, so let's try and get that Cortex key. It's right there as well. It wasn't even that hard. Yeah, we'll have to do the level again to get a second chance. We'll have to collect the tokens again. And, like, collect the tokens again by doing the level again. Crash 1 for you, Ninja. Also, speaking of Crash 1, this is the only way to save. This and collecting a gem. Only ways to save. But bear in mind, like, that save point is partway through the level. So if we quit and reload, we'll have to do all of this level again. There's also a thing of, like, once you've collected a gem, you can't recollect it to save. So once you've collected a gem, that save is gone. That save point is gone. Yeah, so to save, you either have to get all the Torna tokens, then get to the end of the Torna stage, which for the most part are fairly easy, but like you have to get to the end of them and then go out through the top. And then you can save. Like I say, that saves partway through the level. So if you quit and reload, you have to do the entire level again. Or you can collect a gem, which isn't possible on your first run of a lot of the levels. And collecting a gem in general requires you to break every box in the level without dying. So you want to save with the gem save on Sunset Vista, gotta go through the entire level without dying, getting every single box. I think Koala Kong's most frustrating part is the TNT boxes that drop, which is why I always just stay at the back left there. Like, the TNT will not fall on you here. Bear in mind, if TNT lands on you, it will immediately explode. One thing Crash 1 does that I do like, though, is it gives you Aku Aku masks, like 2 Aku Aku masks, every time you go into a boss. Crashes 2 and 3 don't do that, they wait until you've died a few times. Bullshit. Also bullshit. Like, you think maybe a save point for beating a boss? No. It's like I say, when I was doing Let's Plays, I recorded this game. I recorded most of it, and I stopped and just quit because, like, near the end of the game, I think, like, maybe the penultimate level, I got a game over, and the game took me back to before the last boss, which was like 5 levels ago. So I just quit. Fun fact, you cannot jump on those cameras, despite the fact, despite there being nothing there to say that you can't. Or is it these things? Can't jump on those, which is weird because the spikes are specifically out the side, which says to me, like, you can't spin on them, but you should be able to jump on them. Nope. It's actually very possible in, I think it's the second one of these, to, like, you can't jump on them. You can see the exit from the start of it. Yeah, double check that you just can't jump on them for some goddamn reason. And the game doesn't give you a clear indication that you can't do that. Yeah, you can see the exit from, like, right at the start, and it's just out of reach. Except it's actually not. You can make a jump to get there. It's very tricky, but very possible. I'm probably not going to be able to pull it off, but we'll give it a try. Why hasn't there been a checkpoint yet? Why hasn't there been a checkpoint yet? Finally, goddamn. Remember when I was good at video games? Yeah, the Insane Trilogy makes getting all the boxes... Thanks, Ninja. Makes getting all the boxes in these levels harder. Because the boxes in the Torna bonus stages count. Insane Trilogy does change the hitboxes. Most of the hitboxes in this game are just like boxes, which was the easiest thing to code. It's something that you can mostly rely on, because the boxes are a simple enough thing to define. It catches a lot of people off guard with the Insane Trilogy because the hitboxes are more precise in that, which includes the hitbox for Crash standing on things. Which means the Insane Trilogy version will have you fall off things, like just slide off things, that you would have absolutely just stood on fine in the original. So, some diehard enthusiasts, like purists, will complain about the Insane Trilogy because of that. But I think, like, the improvements, the positive changes the game brings to Crash 1 are absolutely worth it. Like the fact that you can just save. The fact that you don't have to complete a level without dying anymore to get a gem. Except for color gems, which you have to complete a level without dying, but also the game makes it very clear when you're in a color gem level. So the embryo tokens, you might think, oh, they'll get you something like the Cortex tokens. They don't. You don't have to finish these for anything. You just get lives by doing them. But getting to the end of them doesn't get you anything. You don't get to save, you don't get something to unlock new levels. It's just It's just a bonus. It's the only bonus round, we call them in this. It's the only bonus round that is actually a bonus round. That level felt like it took a lot longer than it should have. This level's weird, because it's the only level, aside from the first level, to have an introduction.
What have I got?
Fuck yeah, take advantage of this. What's that? It's another one. Bullshit. Likes another mask while you're still doing the 3-mask run and you don't get that. That's bullshit. Nope. He has a point. Fast respawn times are underappreciated. Especially in like early PS1 times, when almost everything had like big load times. Generator room. Ah. You notice there's a mistake with the Cortex picture on the TVs? Yeah, I'm done for the day. I'll be back tomorrow when the game's finished reloading. Yeah, the Cortex picture on the TVs is missing the N on his forehead. Crash 1, actually, like, if you've ever looked at the ROM for Crash 1, or, like, if you've ever downloaded it from the PSN, you might notice that Crash 1's file size is actually noticeably bigger than Crash 2 or 3. Crash 2 and 3 are, like, under 200 meg? Under 200 megabytes? Which, you know, is great when you want to stick them on your PSP and play them on the go. As was officially supported by Sony. Crash 1, though, is almost... Crash 1, though, is almost 500 megabytes. And I've heard the reason for that is... they loaded it up with junk data. As was a somewhat common practice at the time, to force the actual game data closer to the outside of the disc where it spins faster. You'll hear me talk a lot of tech details here on the mecha-chrono stream, and often I do know what the fuck I'm talking about, but, like, this could be completely wrong. This is just something I've heard that I cannot substantiate with my own knowledge. Yeah, suppose, like, the Crash 1 disc is filled with junk data to push the actual game data to the outside of the disc where it spins faster so it can load faster, which is why Crash 1 has pretty good load times. I can't confirm if that's actually true or not. Yeah, that Cortex model does not have the N on his forehead. The Insane Trilogy version fixes that. When you see Crash on the TVs in this level in the Insane Trilogy version, he has the N on his forehead. That's not actually a case of them not having the N on his design until Crash 2. He has the N on his forehead in Crash 1, just not there. That was close. That's what I would have thought. Which is a big part of the reason why I can't substantiate it. It might be the other way around, it's just something I've heard. I can't substantiate it on my own. That barrel definitely touched me. Maybe he just loves his job, Ninja. You know, like everybody. Doesn't everybody love their job? He loves his job. I think the big question to ask in that in that regard, isn't like, do you like your job? It's more like, what would you do with your life if you weren't doing your job? Like, if you weren't doing your job for most of your day, for like most of your life, what would you be doing? Ah, crap. Anyway. That's generally any job that has to deal with people. Honestly, I'd love to get like just a simple data entry job that has me not dealing with people and just putting shit in. Like, sure, let me just data entry. I'll be fine with that. As long as I'm not dealing with people, I'm happy. People also generally includes co-workers a lot, though. Weekly World News. Pinstripe Potaroo. Oh yeah, customers and clients and just the general public are the worst, mostly. But, like, co-workers can still be an absolute pain. That laugh sounds like the laugh the skeleton does at the start of Medieval. It's his bottom lip. The bottom lip is really weird. Like, it's jutting out really far. Why did that fail twice? My gun is in Crash 3, and it's a bazooka. Anyway. I will say, Crash 1's load times on the PS1 are shorter than the Insane Trilogy version's load times on PS4. Alright, here we go. The high road. Good luck figuring that out. Here I go again on my own. Now going down the high road I have ever known. Meow. Bandicoot, I was born to spin alone. My big problem with the high road over Road to Nowhere is the turtles. I don't like them as a gameplay gimmick. Yeah, hopefully we won't get a game over. It's like, I mentioned like the reason I quit the Let's Play of this. If I recall rightly, I was actually past Embryo. I'd beaten Embryo. I had beaten Embryo, got a game over, and the game put me back before Pinstripe. Which is why I quit. That shouldn't have worked. Blessed, you say. This has been hard work. God fucking damn it. Have to land on that soul. That stopped at me. That was bullshit. What? Welcome in, Mir. Thanks for shouting Mir out. Mir is cool people. Thanks for shouting Mir out. Mir is cool people. Fucking...
Next time, Ninja. Next time.
No, Bane's doing that thing that, Rhodey does at the end of Iron Man 1. Where he looks at the Iron Man armor and says, next time. And then he gets replaced by Don Cheadle in the sequel. So expect by the time we get to Crash 2 for Bane to have been replaced by Don Cheadle. How you doing, man? Welcome on in. How did main story quest of FF14 go? Remember, we have to finish this level if we want to actually save the goddamn game. God damn it. Anyway, I feel like I need a better position for the camera. I feel like it doesn't look that great. Excellent. That's good stuff. It's good to know that even though I've left FF14, it's still really good. So it's good news today, Mir, because we're gonna be in a rare position. Is Slippery Climb the one we were thinking of? Yes, it is. Slippery Climb is the one I was thinking of, Ninja. We're in the rare position where we're gonna clear 2 games off the schedule in one section. Well, you missed the first game then, Mir. Broken Sword, Shadow of the Templars, done. It's fine, Bane was here. Teak might also have been here, but I lose track of when Teak is anywhere. You know, at some point I wouldn't mind sitting down and just playing Crisis 1 for myself. Because Crysis 1 was the big PC exclusive for a long time. And then Crysis Remastered came out and it's on consoles now, and like... It's also on PC. Presumably with controller support, so like, I wouldn't mind actually trying Crysis at some point. Crysis 2 was good though. Yeah, I'm thinking like I'd go with the remastered version just because of like ease of getting it running. Probably has controller support, so on and so forth. Although that'd be another game that'd have to go through fucking Origin. No, Bane will still be the same person, just, different. It's the EA app, isn't it, now? Keeps asking me to log in every time I turn my PC on, and it irritates me. It's like the only thing I use it for at the minute is playing Battlefront 2. And I'm not even playing that much. The only games I actually own on Origin, I own Dragon Age 2, I think. Mass Effect Legendary Edition. The original Mass Effect trilogy I own on there. And like, that's it. Battlefront 2 I own through Steam. Still gotta go through EA's app. Jedi Fallen Order I own on Steam. Mirror's Edge Catalyst I own on Steam. That's actually a point made when we were discussing Mirror's Edge Catalyst. And we were like, you know, probably never buy it on PC because we'd have to go through EA. I ended up checking my Steam account a little while after that. I was like, oh wait, I did buy Mirror's Edge Catalyst on Steam. It probably cost me like nothing. That shouldn't have worked. Does this level not have any checkpoints? I might do the Mass Effect trilogy when I eventually get to them. I might do it on... on Xbox. If you want to know why you hate the ending, but you don't want to have to deal with going through all three games, just ask Ninja to stream it again. It's like, oh, is Ninja streaming today? What's he playing? Oh, he's doing Mass Effect again. Another full trilogy run. See, I said even at the time, like, ending aside, Mass Effect 3's great. Like, the ending was bad. The extended cut improves it to some degree. It's not everything we hope, but it's better. But, like, even at the time, I was like, Mass Effect 3 is great. It's probably the best of the trilogy, with the exception of, like, the last 20 minutes. I look forward to doing them on stream, and then crying when Mordin dies. Because I killed him. Because we do Renegade on this stream. Renegade for life, bitch. No, I haven't actually gone through Mass Effect since I finished Mass Effect 3. I tried to do Mass Effect 1, which came out on PS3 after Mass Effect 3. Like, that was a struggle, and I never finished it. Renegade isn't just super evil in 3, it's stupid evil. It's like, in Mass Effect 1 and 2, Renegade is like, okay, you're gonna take the badass bad cop option, the Dirty Harry option. In Mass Effect 3, it's, you're gonna dick everybody over just for the sake of dicking everybody over. And it's dumb. Even if you're a Renegade in 1 and 2, you should not be a Renegade in 3.
What have I got?
No, I'd never actually kill Mordin. No, I never kill Mordin. Mordin's great. Very model of a scientist Solarian. Yeah, Renegade in 3 is so dumb. It's a little bit much, Ninja. When are you getting back to Dragon Age Origins, Ninja? What? What, are you doing the Elves mission? Had you already done all the others? There's no good reason why you can't jump off that. If Lara Croft can jump off a slope while she's sliding down it, Crash Bandicoot should be able to. Because Tomb Raider isn't a fucking platformer. I feel like everybody hates most of the most of the main plot quests in Dragon Age Origins. Usually for good reason. The most hated is always the Broken Circle quest, the Mage Tower. Because, like, the whole thing stops when you get to the Sloth Demon. Which is really irritating. It's like, oh, the Sloth Demon. And it puts you into the nightmare sequence that takes fucking ages. And it has to be done despite anybody, like, even if anybody in your party is a mage and should be able to stop it, even if you've got Alistair in your party who is a Templar and should be able to stop it, even if you've taken the Templar specialization yourself and should be able to stop it. A lot of people hate that quest for that exact reason. I think there are mods specifically to just skip that entire sequence. Like so. This is the speedrun level. Ain't no stopping this train till it gets to the end of the tracks. If Ozamir is the last thing you've got to do, then you should probably just get it over with, Ninja. Although, I feel like the main complaint with Ozamir is just how long it is. Although my complaint with Ozamir is mostly that the deep roads are just kind of a boring locale. The sequels get better about that whenever you go into the deep roads in either of the sequels. DLC's fun enough. Although Witch Hunt is... Yes. Witch Hunt is better if you romanced Morrigan. If you didn't romance Morrigan, there's not a whole lot of connection to it. Define meaningfully matter.
What have I got?
Ah, shit. Probably not, no. The Dragon Age series doesn't connect in the same way that the Mass Effect games do. There's minor stuff, but like a lot of it has to be dropped in Inquisition anyway. Dragon Age 1 to 2, they carry over save data. 2, like, from there to Inquisition, they switched to a new system they called the Keep, where you could upload your Dragon Age 2 save data, but not your Dragon Age Origins save data. So you have to go through a questionnaire on the Keep to decide what your choices were in the big moments. Yeah, May is also right. There's a bit later on with Alistair that feels like it'll be important, but it changes like one scene in Dragon Age 2. And that's it. And that's like probably most of it. Honestly, not even that. A couple of characters might appear that wouldn't appear otherwise if you make certain choices, but none of it matters. It's not like the difference between having Rex or Reeve in Mass Effect.
What
It's like there's a plot point later on in Origins about fucking Morrigan and giving her a child. And the child turns up in Dragon Age Inquisition as a character who's supposed to build up into something, but I think they dropped that as a plot line. But even if you don't fuck Morrigan and you don't have anybody else fuck her, I think she still has the child in 3. So, like, even that as a big plot point doesn't matter. And like, there's a similar thing with various other stuff. Like in Dragon Age 2, whoever Hawk romances, like all it does is change a couple of lines, nothing of any significance. Honestly, I think Dragon Age 2 is probably more interesting than Origins. Definitely story-wise. It's repetitive in its environments because it just reuses environments all the goddamn time. Fuck off, you stupid bats that I can't see coming. It's repetitive in its environment design, the combat isn't great, and is honestly a downgrade in most terms from Dragon Age Origins. Yeah, it's simpler, but it's simpler to the point of it just being kind of dull. But I think the story is actually really worth experiencing. Yeah, again like this, make your own choices. Because those choices, for the most part, at least actually matter within the story of that game. Yeah, I like Dragon Age 2's story. It's smaller, it focuses more on a single city. Than, like, the country setting of Origins. It's more personal, more introspective, to a degree. I think it ends up being more interesting compared to... Like, let's be fair, what was by that point a very typical BioWare story. Like, back when BioWare was, like, the only thing in town, their stories were, like, decent, they were enjoyable, because, like, what else did we have? But I think as we've gone on, and other companies have done games of a similar nature with more interesting plots, deeper plots, less predictable plots, I think a lot of BioWare's standard writing is just kind of dull. Very safe and tame. It's a big part of the reason why I don't enjoy going back to Knights of the Republic as much as, like, Knights of the Republic 2. Because it's a very safe and standard Star Wars story. It's the Star Wars story we've all seen a dozen times. Whereas KOTOR 2 is, like, a lot more interesting with its ideas, less black and white. A little more grey while trying to be still very Star Wars. Which is a very difficult thing to pull off, and I think for the most part KOTOR 2 does it. Without being like too cynical or too, oh, the actual concepts of Star Wars are really dumb, that we should absolutely change them all. I think it manages to pull it off. In general, I think Obsidian stories are worth checking out. They're usually really interesting. I think I did actually add Alpha Protocol to the schedule. Fucking Christ. I think I did actually add Alpha Protocol to the schedule, which is an Obsidian game. It's actually kind of interesting. The espionage RPG. Which, that's an idea I'd love to see revisited. A spy RPG with, like, that kind of dialogue tree system, conversation ideas. The dialogue trees in that have got to be absolutely insane in scope. Because things can go in so many different directions. If you've never played it, check out Alpha Protocol, the espionage RPG. It's rough, like, none of Obsidian's games are perfect. Whether it be because of bugs or whatever. Obsidian had, like, a really... unfortunate run for, like, a long time of their games having something wrong with them. Like, KOTOR 2 is essentially unfinished. Fallout New Vegas is very buggy. With Alpha Protocol, it's that the gameplay is kind of, not great. But, like, the story and the way that all works out is actually really fascinating, and I've never seen another game like it. And I can easily recommend it despite its flaws, because it goes so goddamn cheap. I despise these bats. Yeah, I can easily recommend Alpha Protocol because it goes for essentially nothing all the time. Alright, thanks for joining us, mate. You take care of yourself, buddy, and we'll catch you later. You're gonna miss both the games that we'll finish. But rest assured, 2 games will finish this stream. Yeah, so this. If you jump just right, you can get that straight to that exit. And skip the entire level. The Alpha Protocol, like, worth checking out. It goes, like, 90% off almost all the damn time. And I confirmed that it's, it does have controller support on PC. I know it's possible. I have seen it done. It is very possible.
What have I got?
It's just really difficult. Like, fun fact though, in the Insane Trilogy version, there's an invisible wall there to stop you from getting it. Which I think is lame. Like, if somebody can actually make that jump, let them make the jump. It's not an easy jump to make. Alright, we should be a ninja. It's like in Metroid Prime. There are skips and tricks that are doable in the original, like, super original release of Metroid Prime. The version 1.0 that was only released in the US. That was specifically removed or blocked in later releases. And I don't like that. Like, unless it breaks the game, why specifically go out of your way to remove something like that? I think it's dumb. But, like, the Metroid developers at the time, I'm not even talking about Retro Studios, like, talking about specifically Metroid in Japan. They didn't seem to like that Super Metroid was a very speedrun game. Didn't like the whole idea of people playing their game. I don't know why that didn't hurt me. People playing their game in, like, a non-standard way, doing skips and tricks and exploits and such, which is why Metroid Fusion is as tight and linear as it is. And it's actually interesting to see them go back the other way and because of the response to that. Because, like, Fusion's a great game. I love Fusion. It's probably my favourite Metroid game. But regardless of its actual quality, a lot of people weren't super happy. That it was so linear. Which is why Zero Mission has a lot of skips baked into it. Like, there's a lot of stuff you can do in Zero Mission. Like, you can play the entire game without getting Long Beam. The game has a specific block, whereas, like, you'll need the Long Beam to get past this. But it also has a way around that was specifically programmed to be a way around that. There we go. Which I like as an idea. How viable it is over a longer game is questionable. It's probably at least part of the reason why Zero Mission is so short. Embryo. This is a long fight. Okay, so you want him to throw the green, and you jump on them. Yeah, actually jumping on the slimes is frustrating. And then the surprised second phase is not great. Although one thing I do quite like In the Insane Trilogy version, they give a reason for why jumping on the green slimes hurts Embryo. In this, you just assume he runs out of patience and drinks the potion to try and kill you. In the Insane Trilogy version, jumping on the slimes squirts out their insides into Embryo's eyes. There. That's a cheap trick. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, it's cool stuff. Fucking what? I will say, like, I'm not super fond of the Spyro Reignited trilogy, which I think is something I've stated before. That sounds like a pitched up version of the Scream that plays at the start of the League of Gentlemen Series 2 DVD. I'm not super fond of Spyro Reignited trilogy. I think the added graphical flair makes things harder to see for the most part. Like, I had a specific point doing one of the levels in the first game in the Spyro Reignited trilogy. He wasn't active! Well, I couldn't find a specific gem. Because it was hidden behind some grass that wasn't in the original. And, like, various problems like that in the Spyro Reignited trilogy make me less fond of it than I'd like to be. But I think the Crash Insane trilogy is, like, actually pretty solid. That said, I've been looking at mods for them both, and like, there's some interesting stuff. I think when I eventually do get to them for the stream, I will mod them. Although most of the stuff that I'm actually interested in are mods that make them more like the originals. Like recoloring and such. And recoloring Cortex to match his original colours. There's one mod in particular that I'm thinking of that changes the dragon statues in Spyro 1 to be the same type of dragon statues as like the original Spyro 1. The new graphics, but the same style. Some recoloring, like recoloring Spyro to be more purple like he was in the original games. Stuff like that. He wasn't active. Yeah, like overall, like, get an idea of the kind of thing I'm thinking of. Similar to the Modded RE3 remake stream I did. Where, like, a bunch of stuff was there specifically for the sake of making, like, trying to match up to the original. As much as we could, like, the original Nemesis face. Jill's classic outfit actually looking like Jill's classic outfit. That kind of thing. The original Nemesis voice. And, like, just imagine that, but with, like, Crash and... Fire up. That's not fair. Bullshit. fucking hate this level. Why did it go through the box? Now imagine doing that in one life, getting every box. That level is the goal of getting all the gems. Get all the gems and you jump along platforms made by all the gems and it takes you to Torna and you get a special ending where you just fly away with Torna. Now for the hardest Cortex fight of the first 3 games.
Darn you, Crash Bandicoot!
Welcome back, Ninja. Damn it. The hardest Cortex fight of the first 3 games. Thank you. Crash Bandicoot. Honestly, Bane, I was getting a little worried in the lab. Well, thank you. Thank you. 2 games. 2 games down. Let's do another game from 1996. What else is there? Resident Evil 1, Tomb Raider. I think Rayman's 95. At least we finally gotten the Crash series started. So now whenever I want, I can just start Crash 2. Yeah. Crash Bandicoot. Good game of its era. We never saw Toner again. Although, give me a second, I have an idea. She has boobs, children. She didn't reappear again until Crash Boom Bang on the DS. Oh. Oh. Where's the super password? Actually, the in-universe explanation is that she ran off with Pinstripe Potaroo after the first game. So, we just put in the super password, which is everything. So, Let's show off the alternate end you can get for getting all the gems. That's interesting artwork of Torna, and it's weird that Cortex has a tapestry of her. Yeah, I remember that. And, like, it was so like Seth MacFarlane to make a joke and make out like it was an original joke and not that everybody on the internet had made it for, like, the last 5 years. So this is what you get for getting all the gems. Not honestly worth it. But it's a different ending. Papu sold the ruins of Castle Cortex to a resort developer. He then used the proceeds to open a big and tall shop on the island. After intense therapy and 8 years of higher education, Dr. Wu went on to write the well-received book Through the Eye of the Vortex, a study of rapid evolution and its consequences. Koala Kong moved to Hollywood and landed a motion picture deal of universal proportions. Currently he's working with a speech therapist to improve his diction. Possibly a Schwarzenegger reference? Specifically the speech therapist bit. Pinstripe moved to Chicago, where he now owns and operates a citywide sanitation company. He's saving money for his upcoming gubernatorial campaign. After the disappearance of his mentor, Dr. Nitrous Brio rediscovered his first love, tending bar. The world has heard nothing more of Cortex since Crash foiled his plans, but evil geniuses are harder to squash than cockroaches. This ending is non-canon because Crash 2 opens with Cortex falling from his little jet thing, his little flying bike, as happens in the standard ending. Of those, the only one that might matter is Ripperoo. When you see him again in Crash 2, he is now a genius. Probably with a doctorate. The question is now, what do we do now? Games done. Next up on the schedule is Hades, because Teek's put it there. Trying to take over the world. Flame did just go live with Resident Evil 3. Should we also do Resident Evil 3 and do it better than Flame? Is that what you're saying, Ninja? I mean, I could do Resident Evil 3. Probably. I still have the files. I think I will, because I got those.
What have I got?
I think. I don't have the RE3 files. The layout. I have a generic of RE3 box art. A demo. Take a look at this demo. I found a repository. European PS1 demos. And I got this one, I downloaded this one. And that's all I've gotten so far. But it bodes well, because, like, I recognise this music, that Powerline intro I recognised. Yeah. So let's take a look at some of the stuff on here. Let's check out this new upcoming RPG. Yeah, I recognise the Powerline thing, yeah. It's weird because, like, Ape Escape was what, like 2099? Yeah, Ape Escape was released in 99. Final Fantasy 7 came out in 97. It's like, they were advertising Final Fantasy 7 on demo discs with Japanese footage. In 99. How crazy is that? You think they'd be advertising Final Fantasy 9 or Final Fantasy 8 or the upcoming Final Fantasy 9? Shame they don't use any of the actual music from the game, though. Start recycling old demos. Not a bad idea, honestly. Like, this was 99, I assume, based on the Ape Escape demo. So, like, games were still coming out. Demo discs were great, though. I love watching this, though, and, like, you can see most of the footage in this is just the battle scenes and FMV cutscenes to try and make you think this game looks that good all the time. Which I think was something Square got in trouble for in terms of advertising. Downloadable saves. Let's check out Ape Escape. I don't think this is on the schedule at the minute. Which means I could play it for myself. I remember having the demo for Ape Escape and not being able to play it, because it was the only game on PlayStation that demanded you have a dual analog controller. And, like, having played Ape Escape, there's not really a good reason for it. Yeah, Ape Escape's game, like, you could absolutely have set this up to play with, the D-pad and buttons. Worth noting the PSP version, because this was, like, redone for PSP. PSP only has one analog stick, so that's used for movement. And... okay, what's the right analog stick used for? Which direction you want to smack. PSP version is just like, here's a button for attacking. It will attack what direction you face. If I remember rightly, Magic was doing this on stream at one point and didn't finish it for some reason, which is surprising from Magic, because Magic's finished like a lot of difficult stuff. Yeah, I eventually got, when I finally got my own PlayStation for myself, it was a PS1, like the smaller model, and it came with a DualShock. So I finally got to play the demo of this. I think it's pretty fun. It was enjoyable enough. I didn't have a clue what was going on. But demos were never about explaining, like, what the game was. They were always just about showing you what the game was like. Is this going to be one of those ones where it tells you can't save in the demo? Save feature isn't ready yet. When demos used to be like something. There's like a lot of demos we get these days are more tell shit about the game. That feels very DMA design. There's like a lot of the time, for a long time, when we'd get demos of games, very rarely, they'd be really short. I think these have full voice acting in the full game. Yeah, like the Metal Gear Rising demo. I remember that being like 10 gigabytes, which was insane as like a huge amount of space. And the demo is like 5 minutes long. Like 5-10 minutes if that. That's a shame. I was talking with Kat the other day, and Kat says like she's got a load of the demo discs, which is pretty cool. I don't remember where the discussion was. I don't remember if it was in this stream or not. I forget where I have a lot of these talks. Yeah, session 1. But yeah, I need to get some more of those demos off that repository. Because like the US demo discs have really kind of disappointed me. They feel like they're so much less than we have. And I want to, like, the demo reel idea I think is a good idea, but if our demos were just better, if our demo discs were just better, I'd rather have the ones we had. Interesting thought. I imagine they're probably going for stupid prices on their own, though. Oh, I was actually, Tuesday, I think it was. Yeah, it was Tuesday, because I was off work. Went into town to pick up, some inhalers. Popped into CEX while I was there. They have a complete in-box Conker's Bad Fur Day. Didn't take any pictures this time though, because I didn't care. But they had Suikoden, they had Conker's Bad Fur Day. I think Conker's Bad Fur Day was like 190. They had a Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories on GBA. They had some interesting stuff. Honestly, I'm surprised it's not more. Like, with how the prices of these things have jumped up, and Conker's Bad Fur Day, I think, has always been an expensive game. Two-step. A two-step jump? Why not just call it a double jump? I figured you'd have Chain of Memories, but like, it's worth noting whenever it's around. It's one of those things, like... Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2, fairly common. But, like, Game Boy Advance games... I think because, like, the boxes were just cardboard. Yeah, like Super Nintendo, Nintendo 64, NES. It's interesting to see them complete in box because a lot of people just threw them away. Crazy you picked up an SP. Gotcha. Yes. I miss demos like this. Like 2 stages, check out some like gadgets that aren't fully usable here but will be in the full game. The begging of Kingdom Hearts 2, the begging for you to have played Chain of Memories. Plenty of stages to play through. What the fuck kind of selling is that? How many stages will it have? Plenty. Me. Why can't I move? Don't know why I couldn't actually move there. Weird. Evil Zone is a fighting game. It's not very well regarded, but it's something I have nostalgia for. What's the driver demo? That's curious. I imagine the Siphon Filter demo is probably like half of the first level. When demos were actually something that would get you interested in playing a game.
989 Studio.
Should Sony bring back Siphon Filter? Isn't Siphon Filter a series they own? Stream's dying. Stream's back.
I've got an ID match for Romer on level 1. Dudu is on level 2. No location yet for Kravitch, and I don't see any sign of air mob.
Copy. I'm on my way.
Stream back yet? Is that better? There we go. Alright, so Siphon Filter. I've done Siphon Filter before. What's my switch weapon button? There it is. Everybody's favorite things to do. Siphon Filter's pretty good though. I've played Siphon Filter and enjoyed it. Should Sony bring it back? I feel like Sony does own it. I feel like it is a Sony property. I feel like these little bits of cruelty that games generally don't do anymore are like one of the main things that's missing from modern games. Also stuff like just being able to walk through glass doors. It's dumb, but it's fun.
CBDC has an agent pinned down at your location. They're requesting cover fire.
Copy. turning on this is kind of janky. Unsurprisingly.
All clear, Gabe.
All clear, Gabe. You can stop setting people on fire now. Look at this lighting though for PS1. That's kind of neat. Like you look at it, it's clearly sector based. Well, that's kind of cool. It's not something you'd see a lot of. Tomb Raider 2 introduced lighting into the Tomb Raider games. I feel like it was a big mistake. Some more of this. I feel like I'm always curious with these old game demos, like, where do they end?
989 Studio.
Huh. Is that a time demo? Oh. That's happened again. Alright, let's take a look at the driver demo. I'm curious about like what that's gonna be. Oh, it's one of those demos. Remember those demos, the ones that you couldn't exit by pressing start and select? I missed it. Loading time to be optimized. Yeah, I don't remember ever seeing that before. Not allowed to play the main story. Not allowed to do training, cheats, driving games. Give it a go. Is this just free roam for a bit? Playable demo mission. I hope this isn't the fucking start. That first level of driver is not fun. Love that 70s soundtrack. Don't lose the tail on this straight now. Forget how heavy the cars and driver are. That's it. That's the fucking driver demo. God damn. That would not sell me on a game. And especially because, like, it specifically gives you a minute to do it. Jeez. I even have the menu.
You dig?
Now let's see, the chase is the only other thing this demo has. This was an interesting feature of Driver back in the day. It has a weirdly in-depth recording and editing tool. Like, it will record the entire mission as you do it. And then you can go back and re-watch it, set it from different camera angles, all over the place. Fully set it up like that. It's crazy how in-depth it all was. I think Driver 2 made it more so. And the fact that this is one of those games that demands that you reset the system to get back to the menu is crazy. Now, I tell you what, Bane. Take a quick look at Evil Zone so you can be aware of what it is. It's a fighting game. I first played it in a demo back in the day. Ended up having it. I kind of enjoyed it. It's regarded as not a very good fighting game. Ukes, who at this point are best known for making all the SmackDown games. I don't have Star Ocean.
Ihadonka is a being capable of existing in multiple dimensions at one time, and she threatens the world of I Preseru, Happy Island. Though the cost was heavy, the inhabitants of Ipreseru were able to temporarily confine Ihadolka in Evil Zone. But the danger is not over. Ihadolka must be destroyed before
It's
she
not a game
emerges
I've
from Evil Zone.
played
To do this, Ipreseru called
or
upon
recognise.
mighty warriors from other
I think I'm
worlds.
thinking Star
A
Gladiator.
tournament is held to select the strongest warrior to face Ihadolka. These warriors have many reasons for wanting to fight Ihadolka, but right now, they are warriors. Let the battle begin.
So, this is honestly kind of interesting in its concept. I wonder if the Japanese version had a different audio playing over this. So probably the best way to describe this is like Ihidolka is the main, like the major villain, and everybody seems to be from like different anime. Like they're not actually characters from different anime, but they seem like they've come from different anime series, different styles of anime to fight her. Yuke's best known, like, starting with SmackDown on PS1 until I think like 29, like WWE 2K19. So for like 20 years, Ukes were developing wrestling games after this. Published by Titus. Titus is best known for the Superman 64 game. But the best way to show this off is going to be to take a quick look at a couple of the stories. Here's Danzeva.
Objective understood.
Special Inspector Danzibar was summoned to the strange world of Ipreseru to rescue his partner Yuri, who is stuck in the Evil Zone. Danzibar decides to battle with Ihadolka, who exists simultaneously in multiple dimensions. But someone wants to stop him. Who could it be? A new program starting next week will feature Danzibar, the Ultimate Hero, Episode 1. the power of the supreme ruler to destroy an evil, Zeruchaku Denziba. Entry of Magician, Alti al-Lazal, and Danzai Burst.
I have no idea why, though, the voice acting there was so goddamn compressed.
Why are you here? You called me out for your own convenience, but didn't you come to stop me?
So everybody's stories also sound like a very different type of
I'm not going to give
anime.
you any excuses. After all, I don't think it's right to make people of different worlds fight against Ihadulka. Therefore...
Do you dare to stop us? Then stop us! The power of a supreme ruler destroys evil! The ultimate hero, Danzaiba!
Get set.
Okay.
Go!
What did you do?
It's a weird fighting game, I'll be honest with you, babe. All of the attacks are done with triangle, just with different directions. There's not a lot of depth to it. If you can pick this up fairly cheap, like, definitely give it a look. I think it's actually kind of interesting. It's not very deep.
Sure.
Don't blame yourself. In this world, justice will prevail.
Agreeing to protect Ai Paseru, Danziba faces the next enemy, Kea of Tempo Inn. Kea is one of the sorcerers selfishly wanting Ihadulka's power. Danziba is driven into a tight corner by Kea's wicked power. Will Danziba ever be able to triumph over Kea? Next week's feature is Danziba, the Ultimate Hero, Episode 2, Entrapment of Wicked Desire, Assassin from the Darkness, entry of Yin Yang, Master Kea, and Danzai Burst.
And now it's that episode.
Don't be a drag. You're upsetting my plan.
So what are you going to do about it?
I'm going to make you stay out of my way.
Get set. Go!
And if we go to a different character... Yeah, let's say Setsuna.
I see.
Hello, my name is Setsuna. There's another girl coexisting inside me. Her name is Karen. Ihadulka calls out to Karen, and we are suddenly summoned to the strange world of Ai Paseru. There, our journey begins.
I'm sorry, Setsuna. Because of me, you also have to...
No, that's okay. That's okay. I know you are me, and I am you, so don't worry. Next week, we are starting a new program, Guardian Angel Setsuna. Act 1, Setsuna and Karen.
Yeah, every character story sound like a different kind of anime. Interesting.
I can't give up until I know why we were summoned here.
Same here. Let's go!
To the one who illuminates my passage and destroys evil, in the name of Setsuna, I vow my unfailing love. I want your power and soul. Take my body for the sake of your name. Karen, come here!
Get set. Go! Fire burning! Somersault attack! What a waste! attack! Sword attack! Oh, wait! I'm okay. Somersault attack!
I'm not easy.
Oh, wait! Stop! Firebird attack!
Not yet.
Sword attack! Not yet! Turn! Double attack! Knock down!
Sorry for hurting you.
Don't worry. I'm okay. I'm happy to be your shield.
I don't know how to say thank you, Karen. Thank you so much. Hello, I'm Setsuna. Karen and I managed to win our first battle in Iperseru and realized how vulnerable we had become. However, we must go on fighting. I wish I could blame that on a fate.
Setsuna, don't forget I'm here for you. Don't try to hide your weakness from me.
Thank you, Karen. You are right. I'm not stronger. I remain as I am. Coming up next is Guardian Angel Setsuna, Act 2, Willfulness. Karen, I'm counting on you.
I think the concept of this is actually kind of neat. It's a shame that it never really took off. Because, like I say, there's just not actually a whole lot here. Everybody also has an alternate costume. Do all the stories. How about you do all the stories, Teague?
I see.
Objective understood.
Yeah, we'll take a quick look. I'll show how the battle system actually works.
Karen, please! Go!
So, square is block. X and circle don't seem to do anything. Triangle is everything. So triangle on its own, you can do a 3-hit combo. Everybody can do the same thing there. If Danzevar pressed triangle 3 times, he'd also shoot those same beams out. Forward and triangle.
Firebird attack! Firebird attack!
Is that the jewel above our health bars? You get those by charging up, which is holding triangle. Once the bar fills up your health, you gain a crystal. The lower your health is, the quicker it'll fill up, because you've got less health to go through like that. With those crystals, you can do stronger versions of each move. For example, this. If you hold forward and triangle when doing it, do that. There's your up, or there's the back, or charge version. Is there a charge version for her? It's not. And then down and triangle is your throw. And there's two kinds: close range, long range. Zanzibar might be a better...
Objective understood.
A better show.
Yep, yep. Go!
So Danzivar has his standard, which again, he's forward, charge it, he's up, he's back, he's throw, and then long range throw.
Log on, sign grid!
Now, if you pull that off multiple times during a fight,
Log on, sign grid!
he doesn't play the entire animation a second time, which is nice. But ultimately, like, it's a cool concept, but there's not a whole lot there. The fighting system isn't particularly deep or interesting. It gets very repetitive. Ultimately, it's not all that great. It's interesting, there's just not much there. Yes, one version of Broken Sword. I actually had that on here. Final Fantasy 7 demo. You'd think, but the story isn't really anything. It's a cool concept of having each character's story play out like a different anime, but all it is like very minor character interactions that don't do anything, and then the same kind of fight over and over. Like, that's it. You know, if we can find the demo for Broken Sword 2 Bane, I will absolutely take a look at that. The question is, like, where is that demo going to be? Is it even going to be on any of these? That fast forward isn't doing anything. Yeah, the docs. 99, that might be a little early. Oh, no, a little late. Full Borders 4. Like, nothing on this appeals to me. This is just like all sports and it's just there. A good demo disc has variety. Yeah, like the demo of Broken Sword 2 would be fun as like a little taste of it, because I don't think we're going to get to it anytime soon. Yeah, I feel like these US PS1 demos just aren't very good, like these demo discs. I really doubt we're gonna just find a Broken Sword 2 demo by going through it like this. Gauntlet Legends was on everything back in the day. Like, there's a PS1 version, there's a PS2 version, I think there's a Dreamcast version. Pretty sure there's a PS2 version? You know what? This seems reasonable. Why is Threads on 3 demo discs? Never went back. Gauntlet Legends is one of those games, like Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance. It's like, people will tell you it's a really good game, and it might be, but it is a game made for multiplayer. If you have to play in Driver Seek, I recommend just playing Driver 2. Driver 2, Driver San Francisco, both actually really good. Driver 3 is of course a mess, but like, you played the Sonic Game Gear games, so you clearly have no threshold for shit. So I don't know, maybe you'll play it. Driver 3 had a weird budget. We're not gonna find a Broken Sword 2 demo. I can feel it. Yeah, like Driver 3. They really wanted that to be like a Grand Theft Auto killer. Rugrats Search for Reptile was probably my first PS1 game. There's too much focus on sports games in this. Oh, vampires. I'm doing that again. Broken Sword 2 is 97, so... Because, like, these are saying, like, 98, 99. Yeah, like, the voice actors for Driver 3 must have cost a lot to begin with. Like, Michael Madsen as Jericho. Michelle Rodriguez is in it, probably other people. I don't know. I don't remember the last time I played Driver 3. No, those aren't. Why am I doing this? But yeah, like, if I can get some of those European demo discs, like, that demo reel idea is absolutely going to take off. I think it'd just be really fun. And they'd feel like something like worth doing more, I feel. It's like, you got stuff like that, it's like six demos. Or six games. You know at least 2 of those are videos. It's like, cool, how long can a stream on a demo disc like that last? Or... in 97. Final Fantasy Tactics. No, that's a video. I'm there thinking, like, how can you make a demo of Final Fantasy Tactics? Like, no, it's a video. It's got a camcorder icon. It's got to be a video. I want to see them try and sell Spawn on PS1. Actually, that was a very short video. Actually rented that. Honestly, the main red flag for me there was just how short the video was. Aside from that, like, that didn't look as awful as it actually is. Yeah, because it looked like a PS1 game. Oh, but it's only a video. Four games, 5 videos. Sell me on Resident Evil 2. Of course, in 1997, you wouldn't have to sell anybody on Resident Evil 2. That's interesting. That's just fucking... That's the opening title for Resident Evil 1. So this is actually RE2 and not 1.5. Actual RE2 music. Very heavy focus on the action. End with the alligator. They hadn't even set up the logo yet. That's crazy. That was actually kind of fascinating. But yeah, that is not representative of Resident Evil 2. Alright, we'll take a look at Vigilante 8 Fatigue. very big emphasis on the submachine gun. It was weird. A big emphasis on just shooting everything. I wonder if this game has a smoother frame rate in first person, because they're covering up a lot of that screen with two-dimensional decals. I also want to like take a quick look at Pitfall 3D. Why do I feel like they've got Bruce Campbell to voice Harry in this? I had this. I might still have this. I think I do, but I might. No, I don't think I do. I tried to get into this so many times, but I never really did. I had Pitfall the Mayan Adventure on Super Nintendo, and I quite enjoyed that. But I never got into Pitfall 3D. And I never played any of the Pitfall games after. I know there was one on PS2, Lost Expedition. Still in 97. I feel like I took a look at this video of Alundra and it's literally just the opening. Like I say, T, like, it's not a bad idea. But not with these US demo discs. It's a good opening. It's also the ending of the game. And when I finished Alundra and the ending was just the opening. Like, not exactly the opening, but like, it shows all of these anime scenes again. It's like, cool, but we already did that. Also, nobody looks like the in-game artwork for anybody in these anime cutscenes. They were good streams. I enjoyed Alundra. I hope Teek's enjoying it, because Teek is currently playing through Alundra because I've made him play through Alundra. But Teek's going to have an easier time of it than we did. Because he's playing an easier version. A version with all the bullshit difficulty increases working designs put into it taken out. Yeah, I love Alundra. I'll be honest with you, until Teak stuck Hades at the top of the schedule, I was debating making the next game after Crash 1, Alundra 2. Maybe I should play through Alundra again on my own time. But the thought of doing some of these dungeons again is just like, ugh. So time consuming and energy consuming. I don't think it'd loop very well, Teak. I do like Alundra though. It's a good game. Well, we're in 98. I don't think we're gonna find it. Yeah, I love Alundra. It's an absolute classic. It's a shame it's not more well known than it is. I'm very happy that I physically own Alundra. Actual gameplay demo of Iron Panda. Very surprising. It's interesting because I feel like Square games didn't often get demos in demo disc. But we saw Bushido Blade earlier as well. Bushido Blade. Bushido Blade. Bushido Blade. Bushido Blade. This is demo disc number 10. These demo discs repeat themselves too much. Like, you imagine month to month getting a magazine with demo discs, and it's got like 4 demos on it, and 2 of those demos are the same demos as the last month. Grand stream. It's an RPG. I've heard it's not very good, but I haven't played it. Frame rate on this video isn't very good. Which is not a great way of showing off Tekken 3. Because Tekken 3 was actually a pretty smooth fighting game. I know there was a Tekken 3 demo. You can only play as Xiao Yu and Eddie, which I think is part of the reason why Eddie became a lot of people's button mashy character. Not everybody's, because of course not, but like, I think Eddie being one of the 2 playable characters... Oh, there you go, Tekken 3 demo. So in this issue, you get 2 demos and 4 videos. That's disappointing. Let's go up to 15. Yeah, I had the Tekken 3 demo. Played that quite a bit. Battle Arena Toshinden. I had the demo of the Battle Arena Toshinden 2. Played a bit of that. Never ended up with the actual game. WWF Warzone. I always wanted that as a kid. Because it was another wrestling game and I enjoyed SmackDown and SmackDown 2. Never ended up having it, and honest to God, yeah, I'm glad I didn't, because it's good. The demo for Metal Gear Solid. I want to see a Soul Reaver video. Oh, it's the demo, right, yeah. The Soul Reaver being a huge deal when it was coming out. Is the lighthouse? Yeah, it is. I played this demo quite a bit. This is an actual analog input. Yeah, I played this demo quite a bit. It didn't actually have that much to it. Also, this control's bad. You can't move while crouching, which is something you can do in the full game. You can't do the impale attack. Soul sucking animation looks different. Aziel might be thinner. Oh, the stab is stuck on. You have to hold the attack button. Souls look different. Bodies fade away differently. And then that's the demo. All of it. Seamless gameplay experience with no load times. Which it was, but it disguised that with long, winding, empty corridors all over the place. Gameplay's not here. Yes, that is 13. I said we'd go 4 to 15. Ever save state. Oh, this is one we were looking at. Yeah, alright. I don't think we're gonna find Broken Sword 2. I know demo of it exists. Like, it was my main exposure to Broken Sword 2 for a long time. And the Bug Life game. Higero Deception 2. Sell me on Silent Hill. Read it, sure. Showing off a little too much of the FMVs and not enough of the gameplay. It's an interesting camera perspective I don't think actually exists in the game. That was a genuinely good trailer. I would have been, like, pretty on board for playing that. realize Silent Hill had a demo. Did I? I feel like I didn't. Alright, because we already did 14, let's check out 16. And then I think we'll call it. I'm going for... we started around 5-ish. So for about 8 hours. Yeah, that was a genuinely good trailer. I want to see this Rugrats video. It's possible at some point I might actually do this game on stream. I haven't played this game in years. I enjoyed it as a kid, but like, I enjoyed it as a young kid. I feel like it's a missed opportunity not to have the video playing the Rugrats theme. Yeah, Silent Hill demo though. What would that cover? I missed this Konami logo. 2 scenes. The opening, so presumably until you can wake up in the diner. That's really quick, we can try that out. Bursting through the window on the demo one, so it would be the diner, yeah. That'd be as you're leaving the diner. Because you got to leave the diner, you hear the radio, you go pick up the radio, and then monster bursts through the window. That level 1 looks great. I'm surprised they include the FMV in it. Most demos on demo discs wouldn't. Like if you've ever played the demo of Resident Evil 2, you can get to where the first licker appears, but it doesn't play the cutscene. It doesn't play the FMV. People forget just how good this game looked for PS1. And then this. I don't think I need to be aware of dog anymore. And the way the camera moves as you go further down here, and how it gets darker, and it's like weird and unsettling. Like, this opening is such good horror. Like, camera angles like these, people complain about tank controls. Tank controls make camera angles like these work. And it's weird and it's unsettling and it builds up to hits. And it's like, jeez. You turn around and then these monsters. And if you can make it past them, the alley's just blocked. And they're there. Silent Hill 1's opening is perfect. It's a perfect horror game opening. How you feel? It's a difficult question, Bane. On the one hand, I know it's difficult for people to come back to this because it's a PS1 game. And people absolutely should come back to this. There's also stuff like, especially late game otherworld areas, where you're just running around the town in the dark. It's not fun, it's not interesting, it lasts too. But I think remaking this, they never recapture what it was. I think the same's true of Silent Hill 2. I think remaking Silent Hill 2 is a mistake. I don't think they're going to recapture what Silent Hill 2 was, and I wish they would stop trying. Have you got a gun? No. Here, take mine. Also, the trailer we watched for this showed a scene that I don't think is in the final game. That made it look like Sybil's pants are leather. And like, you look at this, I think Sybil is just wearing leather pants. This map has less detail than the final game, but it... mean the knife? Because we can't pick up petty knife. That's interesting. There we go. Good demo. Coming soon, Dahlia. What would Scene 2 be? The school? Interesting. I don't want to fucking school. Elementally. But that was a good demo, but I think part of it is because of just how good Silent Hill 1's opening is. But, like, I've played demos for good games that are bad demos. But, like, to expand on your question, Bane, I think Silent Hill 1 maybe deserve a remake. If any of the first 3 need it, it's the first one. 2 and 3, and to an extent 4, I think they should just be made more available. I've never actually seen this. I've always been curious about it. I've never seen it. I was always interested in it because, like, this was the age of, like, Rush Hour and Jackie Chan Adventures.
Jackie Chan Stuntmaster, Scene 5. Okay, people, let's get ready. Rolling.
What's going on?
That voice said "Solly" as if it's supposed to be Jackie Chan talking, but that wasn't Jackie Chan's voice. Which says to me that's just a guy they got to do and they told him put on an accent. It looks dark is what it looks. But it's interesting, like, there are elements there that I could believe Jackie Chan would do as a stunt. WCW NWO Thunder. Ooh. This is not a good game. How did THQ end up with a license for both WWE, WWF, and WCW? Why was Goldberg ever popular?
Oh yeah, I'm the Macho Man Randy Savage. Don't make a big mistake. Get with the madness.
Goldberg here. If you pick me, you'll find out who's next. Ah!
Yeah, that was an interesting idea they had for this with the character selection, where every character, every wrestler, did a shoot for the select character select screen. And I don't think this looks good even in this trailer. You don't need to open and close with your logo. Anything interesting? Shadow Madness. It's not. Yeah. Fuji the Heartless. God damn, that brings back memories. No one can stop Mr. Domino. I had that. I had that. Never really enjoyed it. But there was one point where I made a very solid attempt to try and beat it. Didn't have a manual for it. I had to figure out how the game worked entirely on my own, and it's a weird fucking game. That's a shame, honestly. Cocoon, I think, is like an action RPG. Take a look at 48, just as the last one. Yeah, it's like, I think an action RPG. There's a sequel for it on PS2. It's disappointing Broken Sword 2's demo isn't on any of these. It's 2001. What was there to make a demo of in 2001 for the PlayStation? That's a video, because that's a PS2 game.
Pirates are bad. Pirates are mean. Pirates are pond scum.
Yikes.
I don't like this as an idea. A PS1 demo disc that just has trailers for PS2 games. It's like how the European copy of Final Fantasy VI comes with a demo disc for Final Fantasy X. Like, great, but I didn't buy a PS2 game, I bought a PS1 game.
the second biggest monkey head I've ever seen.
What, Escape from Monkey Island? I haven't played this. I played Curse of Monkey Island, which is the third one.
I've got muscles in places you've never even heard of.
Oh, it's too bad none of them are in your arms.
I'm Guybrush Threepwood, mighty pirate. Guybrush Threepwood? And I thought my name was stupid.
I think it's the wrong kind of advertising. Come on, let's be fair to you. If you wanted to sell PS2s, all you had to do was call it the PS2. PS2 did not need extra advertising. That's a PS2 game. Especially when it was backwards compatible. But it's one of those things, like, I stop caring about stuff like that when it's for stuff that I don't have. Like, when I had PS2, I didn't pay attention to anything to do with PS3. I didn't pay attention to PS3 games, trailers, news. I didn't have one, so it meant nothing to me. Why try and excite myself over something I didn't have? So it's like, cool, I've bought a PS1 game and it's come with a demo for a PS2 game. Cool, here's a disc I cannot use. iCloud. See, I kind of like this idea. Specifically because they're labelled as older games with PlayStation Classics. I wish Dino Crisis was a better game. I wish Dino Crisis was a game I enjoyed more. Especially because it's got a Dreamcast version. Oh, shit. I was real hoping there weren't going to be any Velociraptors immediately. That's fair, Bane. I'm really just dawdling at this point. No. I'm doing that. Yeah, I might as well wrap it up. I'm just dawdling. I have been for a while. Oh, 2 games done on stream. It's 2 games off the list. Schedule. Antique has redeemed the change of schedule point redemption, so Hades is going to be the next game, next non-RPG we'll be streaming. Which, honestly, I've been meaning to play for fucking ages. So, like, that'll be good to get done. But yeah, Broken Sword, Crash Bandicoot, done. Great. Opens up those series for us to continue at a later date. But yeah, that's going to do it for us for today. I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody in chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Bane, Pat, Clem, EID, T, Ninja. here for the raid. They raided us. Like there were other people and I just don't remember the names and the chat history doesn't go back that far. So I apologise for like not remembering all the names, but thank you so much for joining us. You very much appreciate it. Tomorrow we'll be rejoined by Clem for a couple of sessions as we take care of Metal Gear Solid to wrap up our current collaboration together, because we didn't get to finish Final Fantasy VI. So there was not really a proper finale for that, it just stopped. Which was frustrating. So I hope everybody looks forward to that. Going forward, like, we're gonna work on RE0 some more. Digital Devil Saga and Hades. So I hope everybody looks forward to those. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So there's not really anything else to say, except thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day. And catch you next time, guys. Bye.